Malcolm Penn. Let me pop out my chat right quick. And close that window so I don't get feedback. Welcome, Brandon. I keep forgetting Collisions on Saturday. So much wrestling to forget that it's all on there. Even though, admittedly, I have not watched many shows, I just watch highlights nowadays. But to answer your question, Pen, focusing back on the tag teams right now, because it'll take me less time to get the tag team division completed than the rest of the Murderers Row roster, because it's only maybe like 5 or 6 calls that I have to make, because a lot of the teams are already made because they're pre-selected members of the existing factions that I have. So aside from the true tag teams, which would be the Anointed, which I just completed today and uploaded to Community Creations. I posted that on my X account. Then there's two team names that I want to actually create, but I have to conceptualize them first. The first team name is the Glorious Warriors. So they're gonna kind of have a Bobby Roode type of vibe to them. And then the second team is called The Line, because I saw this graphic that somebody had posted on the Blackwire server on Discord that says, "I am the line, cross me if you dare." And I'm like, damn. That would be an awesome character right there. But I have enough singles people, so I'm going to make them an awesome team called The Line. Kind of on the same, vibe as The Bar or something like that. But not like The Bar. They're not going to be like Sheamus and Cesaro. Or maybe they should be. I don't know. Because I haven't thought of anything except for the team names. The characters, the names, how they look like, all that. Whether I would use existing cars that I've made or ones that my brother has made, I don't know what to do yet. So, I'm going to work on a team that I do know what to do with. And for those of you who are familiar with my brother's creations, then you will probably recognize the last name of Troy. There is, of course, Helena Troy, the Black Pearl, who is his top female heel character, who I've already made. But did you know, you probably did if you followed him, that she has 2 older brothers that go by the names of Castor and Pollux Troy. And yes, if you're familiar with the film Face Off, then you recognize those 2 names. He basically assimilated those 2 names into 2 actual characters that are a team that is called the Regulators. So I'm recreating them and I'm going to add them to my tag team division. However, I'm making some cosmetic changes, more specifically in the face of one Castor Troy. And you'll see why in a second when I go into the game. So this is my brother's version, the last version that he created of Castor Troy, which, if you look closely, the base of the face is that of Carl Urban, who you obviously know from The Boys and many, many other films. Judge Dredd, Lord of the Rings. I mean, he's been everywhere. He's probably one of the most versatile actors in the business. But my thing with that is that the actual character Castor Troy was played by John Travolta. So it seems to me like a missed opportunity not to create an alternate reality version of Castor Troy. Not so much in making, well, kind of making him like Castor Troy's character in Face Off, that being a crazed homicidal maniac, but in the context of pro wrestling. Because their sister is a crazed homicidal maniac in her own right. So it only makes sense for them to be as aggressive as she is. More so because she is the youngest of the Troy siblings. So these guys have to be murderers, for lack of a better term. So I decided to use the face of John Travolta as the base of my version of Castor Troy. Now, the other thing here actually is that my brother actually used John Travolta's face for another one of his characters, that being Pavlos Marstorius, who is the head of the Praetoriate School and also is the father of two of my characters, that being Angelus and Legionarius, and then also the trainer and mentor of his Primo Valiante character, and now also the Anointed. So, I'm doing a face swap, pretty much. I'm going to be creating a version of Pavlos Marstorius in the future. But I'm going to use Carl Urban's face for Marstorius, and I am using John Travolta's face for Castor Troy, as you can see here. Just got done the face morph before I started the stream, and now we're just gonna create the base. I'm pretty much creating the bases for the next batch of cores that I'm going to be creating, just to get them onto the profile, so I have an idea of how many slots I have left. Because I think right now I have maybe about 25 or 30. I have about 24 cores to create remaining out of the tag team division and the View Japan Murderers Row roster. So that actually leaves me with some spare slots, and I want to know how many spare slots I have for future productions, because I can use those slots to basically duplicate cars, create like street clothes attires for promos and backstage segments and stuff like that. So I'm trying to give myself some logistical room here for the shows, because like I said many times before, after I filled out this roster, I'm going headlong into the XWA shows, and that's pretty much going to be my content going forward until I decide I want to get another wrestling game and make more calls. Whether that be Ultra Pro Wrestling, which in high likelihood it will be, maybe another WWE game, maybe I'll start working on 2K25 with the Underground Kings roster. But I do want to actually get some shows out of the way first before I do that. So we gotta zero in on a couple of targets. And like I said a couple of minutes ago, it's faster for me to complete the tag team roster than finish the Murderers Row roster. So we're going to do that first in steps. Bits and pieces. But I am going to need some background music. And yes, for anyone's wondering, the fruit flies are still here too. So tuning in for round number 10,000 versus the Fly Clan. I got one more idea as far as that goes before I just give up. I'm gonna order it on Amazon. It's like a fly trap light thing. It's like a circle light, blue light, tracks them in, but then there's a fan or like a suction that like sucks them down into a sticky trap or something. Maybe I'll show it on screen. But it looks like it might be the only thing that works because I got these fly traps and they're just hanging out around them. They're not going into them. So, yeah, we're uh yeah, um as I always say, inspiration is everywhere. I'm going to actually be doing that myself on the women's roster as well. Um, I just have to switch up a couple of things because since I downloaded most of the mail calls from my original file, I didn't download them to where they can be edited. I might change that, but then I would have to re download everybody again. But the thing with me editing them is that I can do that on this profile. I just wouldn't be able to re-upload those calls, and I have no intention on re-uploading them anyway. Like the versions that are there are fine. So it's just me deciding who it is that I want to delete that I can afford to, and not have a master copy of that call on my original profile. But I do want to do exactly what it is that you're saying here, and that being create a couple of female calls that are based off of legendary Joshis from back in the All Japan days. Um, and I know who I would start with because my brother had actually made a uh, a character that was inspired by Bull Nakano. So that would be the first one. Um, Manami Toyota is another one. Uh, who else? I mean, then I have a couple of Joshi characters that I had made myself that I haven't recreated. I mean, I made them in 2K19, but never pushed them forward into the other games. I have all those assets, so I could do that as well. So, yeah, uh, you're giving me more stuff to do right now. The first Joshi match that I watched was, jeez, I wish I remember who it was that she was wrestling. It's a shame that I don't. But it was a death match. It was it was Manami versus this other lady in a barbed wire death match, and they went in, and that took me down the rabbit hole pretty much. But that whole era of wrestling, like, um, early to mid '90s, All Japan is the the best women's wrestling ever, pretty much. Like nothing comes close. Oh no, it was Megumi Kudo. Yeah, because I remember her finisher, the Kudome Driver, renamed in game as the Vertebreaker. That's been used by a couple of other people out there. Right now, I have it as Lorena's finisher on my roster, but Homicide used a version that he called the Cop Killer, and there's a few other versions of it as well, but it was created by Megumi Kudo. Good evening, Geek. Welcome in. Um, I'm doing as best as one can do. So yeah, take that as you will. I think it was Combat Toyota, actually. Yes. And it was after that, watching that match and learning a couple of things, that I found that a lot of some of the, I said a lot of some, that's kind of an oxymoron, isn't it? A lot of the coolest moves in wrestling, finisher wise, were created by the ladies. Um, the Kudome Driver, Death Valley Driver. What else is there? Uh, I don't remember what she called it, but Bull Nakano's finisher, the Poseidon or whatever it is, she drops them on their head while she's got them like on her back, upside down. The snowplow that Al Snow used. No, that's the Northern Lights bomb. Yeah, or a variation of the Northern Lights bomb is the snowplow that Al Snow used. Julia uses it now as a finisher. Um, yeah, uh, the Bull Poseidon. There you go. A lot of the coolest wrestling finishers out there were created by women, female wrestlers, specifically Joshi wrestlers, which is why I will say that Joshi wrestlers are the best female wrestlers on the planet, bar none, hands down. Fuck Charlotte Flair. I don't care what anyone says. Until Charlotte Flair takes a beat down by Minoru Suzuki like Asuka did, or has 5-star brawls like the freaking Triad, aka Io Sky, Kairi Sane, and Mayu Iwatani, did against Penta, I don't want to hear it. Japanese wrestlers are the best. Joshis are the best female wrestlers. Point blank. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. And no, you're not late, Ricky. I just got on about 20 minutes ago. To answer your question, Geek, we're working on. We're not working on Lo-Fi House. I could be if I got like Fruity Loops or something like that, or a music program. I've done that in the past. I'm working on a version, or my version of Castor Troy here, who is a member of a tag team along with his brother Polax called the Regulators. These are the two older brothers of the character Helena Troy, all created by my brother, and they are part of the cast of his cause that I'm converting into my universe. These guys will be specifically, but not only, used for my tag team division. That's their primary role, but they will have other storylines in terms of characters, singles matches, and such like that. Yeah, uh, I don't know what's going on with Stardom. Like, they're just kind of falling off business wise, presentation wise. A lot of politics going on. I don't know if I want to do the the House of Wolves, Brandon, because I don't know. You tell me. I have a lot of brother tandems. I've noticed in my tag team division. If you can look at this sheet here, so you got the uh, the Anointed, who are brothers. Then you have Clan Fireheart, aka the Firehearts. So I'm going to be creating Abel Fireheart, who is the middle child between Ryan, who is the youngest, and Simon, who is the oldest. So they're going to be a tag team. So two more brothers. Then you got the Regulators, Castor and Polox Troy, who are two more brothers. So that's three sets of brothers. And the House of Wolves would make four. I don't know if that's too much. So that's still up in the air. That's the last one that if I do, they would be the final team. Because right now, my main struggle, if you will, is coming up with characters for the names The Line and the Glorious Warriors. Right now, I have them tentatively booked as being Cody Prince and Dylan Brody, who are two more of my brother's creations. But I don't just want to, pull from them because I need rosters, you know. So we'll just delete them for now. But yeah, right now I'm kind of sold on making these two specific teams brand spanking new cause, but then I have to come up with their looks and the attires. I have an idea for the attires, but those are works in progress. Those will be the last two teams that I will be working on. But like I said a couple of minutes ago, you have the Anointed, who's already been completed and they're uploaded. You have Monolith, who will be the tag team champions, or maybe I'll take the belts off of them, but they will still be a thing. Uh, you have the Line, the Glorious Warriors, you have the Firehearts, you have the Regulators, and then the rest of the tag teams will be predetermined members of my existing stables who are already completed. So for Royalty, that being Christian Phoenix's faction, you got Double XL and Chad Treadstone. For Lions Pride, you got Jesse Risen and Dan Ripley. For the Old Blood, it would be Brian Yang and Kane Efferson. For the Foundation, it would be Iconic and Hakeem Noah. For Katana, it would be Tane Tua and Duke Morrow. For Puro Rudo, it would be El Peligroso and Hiroshi Samazu. For The Hustle, the artist formerly known as World's Finest, you'll get details on that when I start the shows. It would be Hamid Aziz and Dion Dash. And then for Undisputed Enterprises, aka Ethan Ulrich's stable, it would be Rob Kosmowski and Cameron Knox. So, yeah, I got like 75% of my tag teams already done. But then it's the last 25 that it's going to take a lot of work because two of them I have to make from scratch. Fun times. I don't say that sarcastically, it is fun because, I've wanted to have a dedicated tag team division for those belts. And a big part of that was creating original teams and not just putting existing cars together, even though most of these are existing cars together, but they're in stables, so it makes sense. uh, I think I'm going to do kind of like an old school Arn and Tully thing, Brandon, for the Glorious Warriors. I'm going to repurpose Bobby Roode's gear in some way, or shape, or form with that, with the robes and the tights, because it's as glorious. So I just have to make a Warriors logo and then name logos for them. But yeah, kind of old school brain busters type of thing going on with them. So that might help. That might work. I just got to come up with names and appearances then. And then the line, I have an idea. I've already got the. Uh, drop my controller. I've already got the attire layout planned for them. It's just how will they look? How will they look like? Steven, what about the School of Hardcore? That's royalty, basically. Um, that's Christian Phoenix, Double XL, and Chad Treadstone, who are all three members of the School of Hardcore. Royalty obviously is a play on, you know, kings, because Riot is the old king and Christian Phoenix is now the new king. So, no, Abu Hassan is back in Saudi Arabia, back on the job with Aziz's father. So, Aziz is going to be riding solo, but not solo because he still has his boys, so to speak, his business partners, if you will, in the form of Brock Bentley, Vegas, and now Dion Dash, who I turned heel this year because I needed more heels. And the whole concept with him, if you've not downloaded him, is kind of like a mix between Shelton Benjamin from Hurt Business slash Syndicate and what I imagine would be Montez Ford if he was a solo competitor, still doing the same heel type stuff that the Street Profits are doing right now. It's like my idea of what it would be like having Montez Ford in WWE as solo and getting pushed to the freaking moon and being a future world champion as he should be. Am I a little passionate about that? Yes, absolutely. uh, okay, let me find a playlist. Let me switch back to the game here. She is, but not on the XWA roster. She is an Underground Kings character now, or will be. So, the Underground Kings cast, I don't want to call them a roster, they're more of a cast because that's going to be more like a cinematic thing I'm working on. That I'm all going to be doing on 2K25 because intergender matches are on 2K25. So, I will be able to do a whole lot more with those characters. Indeed. You're finally going to be able to see The three queens wreak havoc, and wonder to yourself, how is it that Carmella Blackheart all these years has been patient enough with people and all of their egos to not just, you know, beat the living crap out of them and steal their souls. She has a lot of restraint. Her two sisters, however, uh, Isabella Frost and Lana Lourdes, they not so much. But that's another tale for another time. I will be on stream making those characters as well, just to let you guys know. So, but I got time for that because, like I said before, they're not going to sunset the service for 2K25 until 2K27 comes out. It'll be January 2027 that they'll sunset the 25 servers, because it's January 2026 that they're going to sunset the servers for 2K24, of which they shouldn't be sunsetting the servers at all because that's just fucked up. The only reason they do that is to try to push people to buying the next version of the game. It's like Call of Duty, you can still play Modern Warfare 2 or 3 remakes on legacy consoles online, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, even though those games are like years old. They never turned those servers off. Like I can play Call of Duty Cold War, Black Ops Cold War, which came out what, 3-4 years ago? Even though Black Ops 6 is still the new game, I can play the old games still. So it ain't a matter of them not doing it because, oh, well, we can't afford the servers. It's like, you're owned by Take-Two Interactive, the same company that owns Rockstar Games, that made the most expensive, highly most sold game of all time, which of course now the sequel is being pushed into next year, but that's another topic. But it's not like they don't have the money to keep those servers up for these older games. They just do it because they want people to buy the new game. That's it. It's only purely a business move. It's got nothing to do with their capability or budget or anything like that. And that is one of the main reasons why I am all but done with 2K and WWE games, because it's all freaking money grabs right now. And they don't even hide it anymore. Okay. Gotta find playlist that isn't going to get me content ID'd. Well, not literally steal souls. Well, they can. I won't actually be doing something like that. Or maybe I will, just to kind of showcase that these are not just like, normal characters. Somebody's got to be sacrificed. Maybe I will actually do that in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, the three queens are very, very, very powerful individuals. And now I'll actually be able to showcase that. And also a couple of other female characters that I have conceptualized for the Underground King story that are jacked up. Seriously, jacked up. Like the Lotus is going to be in that cast at her full strength, finally. Who else? The female characters that I had featured in the Trial of Kings story, aside from the three queens. So Bloody Mary, Marlena Fates, who else? Then there's a couple of new characters that I'm going to be creating as well. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Let's go with the Anima Drop discography. Why not? Asia as well, yes. I'll probably be adding another female judge just to kind of round that out. Replace Bloody Mary with somebody new. I gotta do my face morphing. Wipe that smile off of your face, Mr. Troy. You are an angry, miserable human being. Who thrives off of the pain and suffering of others. Gotta look the part. Fine choices right there. He kind of looks like John Cena, doesn't he? It's the chin. They got the same chin. I have not. I didn't know there was one. Gonna have to add that to my ever-expanding watch list. Oh yeah, I'm well aware that like Joshi back then was brutal, and I'm not just talking the matches, but the training was like it would make grown men crack. Especially the neck drills, like they still do that now in training over in Japan. Not just Joshi, but guys too. But the neck drill where basically they'll have you like leaning back onto your neck, like from the top of your head. Like it's supposed to strengthen your neck muscles or something like that. But yeah, me just leaning back like that kind of felt uncomfortable. Imagining having to hold that position for like a minute, 2 minutes. It's, yeah. system. Yeah, that that drop kick was like, we'll look at it and be like, oh my gosh, how could they do that? For them, it's just another day in the office. We gotta give them some eyebrows, big ones. Yeah, that's one of those things that the younger generations of wrestlers don't experience a whole lot. I will say though, a lot of times it might look like more experienced wrestlers are just trying to abuse trainees for their own sadistic pleasure. That might actually be the case in a lot of cases, but for a lot of them, actually, it's more on the lines of trying to show how brutal things can get in the business. Even though nowadays a lot of places are trying to like soften that experience up, like the performance center, so to speak, is a good example of trying to like avoid that type of, I don't want to say behavior, but interaction, whatever you want to call it. Let's go with this one. Those both are gonna be Underground Kings characters. So yeah, they'll be here eventually. you're you're welcome. Oh well, that makes it even worse. Well, put it this way. I'm a proponent of finishing what it is that you start. So if you're close to completion, then just go for that first. You don't want to be like me. Like I got almost to the end of Cyberpunk 2077 and broke off to go play other games and still haven't gotten back to finishing it yet. Oh, side quests. Essential part of gaming. You are not you cannot call yourself a real gamer if you don't do the side quests. Yeah, you'll be all right. He's got that Braun Breaker style tan. Greetings, Rebel. and uh, the verdict is still out on the wolves, Brandon. I might make them. I'm just not sure. Yeah. Like a lot of my brother's cars that I've recreated that are canonically older, um, aging the Troys back a little bit, mainly because you can't dye facial hair anymore. Like, this is my brother's last version of Pollux Troy from 2K23, and as you can see, he's got salt and pepper in his hair. I can do that for the hair. I can't do it for the mustache and the beard because they took that function out of the game. So they're going to be a couple of years younger than my brother's version. Also, this way they get integrated into my sacred timeline, so to speak. I kind of explained this on Twitter. Like, even though I've been making the majority of these characters for several years, the actual timeline of my universe, like, as of me starting the shows again, is 2025. But I kind of explained this, I think, before, where the characters actually are in their own pocket universe. Like, it's not matching the timeline of real life, so to speak. So, like for example, a character like Ethan Ulrich, who I made 3 years ago, has only actually been active for about 2 years, year and a half, so to speak. guess this is going to be the second time of me creating Ryan Fireheart because I deleted the first version because I needed to make room for other creations and didn't think that I would actually be using him until I came up with the idea today to use him and Abel Fireheart as a tag team. So, yeah. Oops, I forgot to do the skin color. We could do that in the body menu, I think. Nah, I'm gonna reapply the face. Is the stream still moving smooth here? Because I got another one of these prompts saying YouTube is not receiving enough data. Let me know if it's breaking up or anything. Please. Good. YouTube is tripping, as usual. like a green. I want blue eyes. Let's make life easier and just give him Simon's eyes. Yeah. Yeah, uh, remake of Ryan because I deleted the original one off of my main profile because I needed to make room, and I didn't think I was going to be using him. Whoops. But then in my need to further expand the tag team division, I figured why not use Ryan and the middle brother Abel to the Fireheart family as a tag team. And so now I gotta remake him. I think I might use a different face for Abel. I don't like the reflection thing going on here on the sides of his face. Maybe I can do something about that in Photoshop. Let's see. This is why I prefer to use actual photograph faces as opposed to generating faces from AI. Even though I found a way to be able to generate faces without the lighting effects like the shadows on the eyes and everything like that. You know what? We're gonna find a different face for him. That's what we're gonna do. I'm going to go into the treasure trove of face textures that I have not used for cause that I have not used and pick out a new face for Abel Fireheart. And I think I actually found it right here. No, I think I'm going to be remaking him for Underground King, so no. Let's keep going. I'll find something here. No. That's the face texture of Alan Hitchson, aka Reacher, who I'm going to be using for Carson Breaker in the Underground King storyline. I'm going to make Breaker as big as Reacher also, and he's still got the God hand, so he can knock people out with one punch. He's going to be awesome. We're going to go with this face, which belonged to a character named Jake Creed, who I have no intention of recreating again because I could never find a storyline for him. So you will now be the face of Abel Fireheart. Didn't get him. upload. Oops, not downloads, we want uploads. Move some things around. I also like the asymmetrical aspects of realistic faces because it makes the faces look more realistic. Oh no, thunderstorm. A thunderstorm would absolutely shut Vegas down. At least the uh, the areas of Vegas outside of the Strip. But we don't get a whole lot of rain in Vegas, so that doesn't happen very often. But yeah, the one time it did rain, everything went down, pretty much. That's never fun. It's another thing I'll say about Vegas. There is no humidity here. It's all dry heat, which is no less comfortable. Think of it like baking instead of boiling. But I remember the New York City summers. Those those are not fun. He's kind of giving me Billy Gunn vibes right now. I think that's the direction I'm going to take with him. The the power athlete type. But of course, he is a Fireheart, and no Fireheart is without the thick blonde Viking beard. It's got to find one that fits the hair. Let's see if this works. I think it does. Yep. Looking like Ragnar. Exactly what I was going for. Kind of a Viking slash Targaryen type of mix. Yep. Let's find some better eyebrows. That'll work. We'll give him the boots now because those are the boots he's going to have. You were born in Ohio and went to university in a mountain town. Yeah, I'm more comfortable in the cold myself. And I was born in May, so I don't get it. But yeah, it's one of those things. The super athlete. Ha, isn't that something? You're a White Walker, basically. Yeah, that's one of the bad things about living in Vegas. I can't wear my cool jackets, coats, and stuff like that. lasagna that I had for lunch is coming out right now. Venezuelan vampire. That's original. I'm sorry, but now you got me thinking like an opening scene from a Blade movie. Like he's in Venezuela, hunting down vampires in Venezuela, in like Caracas or something like that. Why I don't know, but it's like for me nowadays, I hear vampire. The first thing I think of is Blade. It's the culture, I guess. There's only one Blade, and there's only ever gonna be one Blade. Always look dead in the camera when you say that. Oh, nice. You're the first Yankee in the family then. Pet gringo. Oh boy. Now see, the thing here is that for you to not be the only American in your family will require you to interact with a certain gender of human being that you don't prefer, and I don't blame you. Seeing how some of these ladies are acting out here nowadays. Hey, no, that's okay. One and done. I mean, unless you have cousins or something like that that are, you know, from or were born here in America, not immediate family. Let's see who we can overdo also. Okay. Oh, I'm running this one back. This beast smacks. He's gonna need a beard. I can say this being an observer, you know. Obviously, I'm a man myself, so it's like some people will say, "Oh, well, how can you say that? You're a dude, also." But dudes suck. Everyone sucks. Like men, women, straight, gay, everyone in Western society right now, or I would say 99.5% of Western society right now, sucks. They're all garbage human beings. I'm not one of them, obviously. Like I said, I'm an observer. I just watch from afar. I've I've kind of separated myself from society, so to speak. That was before my brother passed away. But after that, then it's like this tattoo that I have on my arm here, which you can't see in the light, which says FTW, stands for F the world. I live that shit nowadays. And in saying that, everyone sucks. I will go as far as to say that the majority of people walking the face of the planet who have been influenced by Western society, that being America, Europe, parts of South America, any place that's been touched by quote unquote American culture, they suck. They are unworthy of relationships, interactions. Like they've been so programmed by internet, social media nonsense that they don't know what reality is anymore. Their reality is what they see on their freaking phone screens. And yeah, it's just, don't even try to fix them because they can't. You just sit back and enjoy the decline, or get a passport and go to another country. One of the two. Who'd have thought you'd get some social commentary with your car creation? That's just the kind of guy I am. And fruit flies. Lots of fruit flies. I gotta finish that order. Whoops. I gotta finalize this face first. Now the face texture is of Taylor Lautner from Twilight. That was the base face texture that my brother used for his Sean Truthcore, who is on the list of characters that I'm going to be recreating. He's going to be one of the handful of American competitors in View Japan Pro Wrestling. He actually trained in Japan, so it makes sense for him. hearing that, obviously you have first account experience that most people don't. But it's like I've seen people talk about these stats that were put up like last year or 2 years ago about like divorce and abuse rates amongst married couples in the United States. So it's like 70% of divorces in the United States are initiated by women in heterosexual marriages. That goes up to like I think 80 or something like that in lesbian couples. And for gay couples, it's only 20%. So, yeah, 70% for man and woman, 80% and higher for woman, and only 20% for man. And then in abuse rates, lesbian couples have a higher percentage of spousal abuse than does heterosexual couples. And gay couples are like, I think, 12-15%. So what do we correlate from this data here? It's like, women kind of are the problem in relationships. But statistics don't always, speak of the actual. It's only data. It's not actually speaking of experiences. So I'll say some shit like that, and then you'll have some angry feminist or fat Shaniqua type of girl be like, okay, then fine. Go marry a dude then. And it's like, why do you care? Like, hurt dogs are hollering right now. Like, why you mad though? Yes, you're in the clear, sir. Free and clear. Excuse me. What is Sean Truth's weight? $250. This is Sean Truth, by the way, for those of you who have not seen him before. The attire overall is going to be very easy to make because it was kind of a streamlined, kind of clean looking attire. And I do have all the tattoos and everything from my brother's hard drive, so yeah. not what I want. Give me what I want. I'm going too far down. Where am I? Damn this short-term memory. Well, it's not short-term memory. They just could make these thumbnails a little more detailed. Yeah, that's just a lame excuse. These are pretty detailed thumbnails. I'm just blind. I'm looking for the Jimmy Uso. It wouldn't be in long because it's not a long hairstyle. So why am I not seeing it? They should have let you be able to bookmark hair. There it is. It means that you're unique. What makes you unique makes you special. That's not the beard, is it? There you go. Kimchi, my stomach just bubbled a little bit right there. I cannot say that my first experience with kimchi was a good one. Let's just say it does exactly what it says that it's supposed to do. That being clean your ass out. It's all coming out after you have some of that shit. Oof. Oof. Yes. You know the vibes. Bet you didn't know that Sean Truth was also an Ohioan, right? That's what you call yourselves, right? Ohioans. I I don't know. uh, Another thing about Ohio, why is it that all of your most known cities all start with C's? You got Cincinnati, you got Cleveland, you got Columbus. I noticed a pattern there. You know who the Ohio boss is on Instagram? Because Ohio is actually a term in Japanese. So it's a Japanese guy who lives in Ohio. I think he's back in Japan now, but he lived in Ohio. Yes. And yeah, he's like really popular on social media now. He is like a part of that whole Sigma male type craze that happened a couple of years ago. Yes, he'll say that, but then he'll also be like, "Welcome to Ohio," because he's in Ohio. You know, it's a play on words. I don't know if I'll be able to move the mouth up further enough. Let's see. Barely, just barely. But now the eyes are too far up. I'm gonna have to use the other template. Oops. He got to change his weight. This old swole motherfucker right here will be Pavlos Marstorius. Kind of a guest character. I'm making him, but he's not going to be regularly used. He's the patriarch of the Praetoriate School, which is the school, if you will, that produced the likes of Angelus and Legionarius, whom are also his two sons from two different mothers. He's a bit of a man whore. What can I say? He also trained Primo Valiante and the Anointed. So, one thing I said I was going to do was create physical versions of legacy characters, if you will, that myself and my brother had developed as the older generation of the creations that we make nowadays. So, in terms of the schools, I posted this like a couple of years ago, actually. Like, my universe is basically comprised mostly of different schools that produce different talent from different parts of the world. So the primary one is the School of Hardcore, which is in New York, East Coast. That's Riot's school. Then you have the Firehouse Gym in San Francisco, which is the West Coast, which is the Fireheart family. So Simon, Ryan, Abel, Heather, and their derivatives thereof of people who have trained in that school, like Evan Fate and so on. Then in Europe, England specifically, you have the Iron Lords gym, which is Alex Windsor, who was Sir Alex Windsor, and then became the Iron Lord Alex Windsor. So he's got his daughter, Alexis, his son, Ainsley, who I will also be making. Then you got Simon Chase, you've got Union King, so on and so forth. And you got Lion's Pride, which is Magnus von Schwartz, who's German, but his school is not German based. He's more of an international. He pulls talent from wherever it is that they're from, as long as they can follow his discipline. So you got Jesse Rising, you have Aurora Cellini, rises from the US, Cellini's from Italy. Now you have Dan Ripley, who's also from the US, and Magnus. Then you have the Togo Dojo from Japan. Kind of explained that a little bit too, where Yoshi Togo opened that gym after he had taken control of New Japan Pro Wrestling to be a training ground for people who wanted to compete there and then do their lion, like Young Lions type of thing. They'll do an excursion to other places and then come back. So you got Aki-san, who came from out of there, Johnny Tama, his first three pupils, Ryoichi Kawaku, Takashi Kenshin, and Neo Sawada, and so forth. So that's Japan. Well, half of Japan. Then you have Katana, which was Victory Musashi's thing. Damn flies. So, greetings, Jagged. So to make a long story short, I'm going to be creating actual physical versions of the veterans, so to speak, from my universe. So Marstorius, Alex Windsor, the Iron Lord, and you've already got the other ones: Togo, Riot, Musashi, Simon Fireheart. Yeah, so. Oops. Thinking about it, leaning towards it, yes. Um, he would be a one that I would be making some cosmetic changes to, though. Oh gosh, Bloody Roar, awesome name. That would be perfect. That's a good one. I like that one. Just to go on a little bit of a tangent about Bloody Roar, like I tell you, I don't know why it is that Sony hasn't given that to a developer to make a modern day version of it, because that would sell. Oh, nice, cool. And yeah, I would love to see your versions of those too. Like I was thinking about making the Evans brothers as a tag team, but I got too many brothers right now in my roster, and especially the tag teams. It's like Sony has been trying to get their franchises. You know how like Xbox has Halo and Gears of War and such like that, and Sony has been trying to have their version of different genres of games. And they're just sitting on these damn franchises. Like they could make a modern day Bloody Roar and that'd be their fighting game. They could make a modern day version of Killzone and that could be their first person shooter. Or Mag, one of those two. Like they have so many IPs that they're not doing anything with. And yet they're wasting money on freaking Concord and Marathon. Spending millions of dollars on those that aren't going to do good. Well, I'm actually doing something. I'm going to be my other cinematic project is going to be something based off of rival schools. Um, that's another one that I'm going to be doing on 2K25 because it has intergender. It's called The Academy. Is going to be the name of the whole project. It's basically me fleshing out the whole Darbora Academy that Kamiko came from and Alexia Leone. So that's going to be that story of the Darbora Academy, with Kamiko being the head mistress of the school now. So there'll be student characters as fighters. I'm gonna have rival schools, obviously, as opponents and such like that. And yeah, that's it's gonna be that and Underground Kings, and obviously this is all in the same universe. So yeah, that's gonna be pretty fun. I can't wait to do that one because I've got the character thoughts, concepts in my brain right now. It's just how I'm going to be able to pull them off in 2K25. But Jacket, you just let me know which ones you want to do, and I will send you the assets for them, the face textures, the graphics, tattoos, and stuff like that from Oz's hard drive, so you'll have the original material. Because obviously you are a very trusted individual. I mean, you took over the Dooleys and did them justice, so pretty sure you could do the same with Blake Evans, Van Hayden, Brett Evans, anybody. Just let me know. I'm gonna take a break because I gotta go take a tinkle. So I'll be back. muscles and abs. Do I want to give him facial hair? Yeah. Too bushy. I could have used that on Hamid if I knew it was there. And again, I got too many dudes with beards. We'll keep them clean. All right, that's 8 bases that I made so far. Now it would just be a matter of doing the attires and the moves and all that jazz. Which means a whole lot of uploading. Uploading assets right now for the Brothers Troy. I'm gonna complete those two and then call it a night. It's called Random Acts of Hate. The band name is Broken. Let me write it in the chat. Fun fact, that was the same band who did DX's theme. The lead singer's name was Chris Matthews. He unfortunately passed away quite a few years ago, actually. This album that they released as Broken, La Violencia, was their last album before he passed away. So yeah, while we're doing this, let's get a conversation going here. What do you guys think of the releases, the WWE's batch of releases that they've done over this last week? It seems to me like a lot of people are kind of surprised at some of the names. But it's like WWE does this every year. Like after WrestleMania, they always cut people, or a handful of people. Why? Don't know. Because it's not like they don't make enough money to be able to pay them. I'm not sure what the motivation is, but you know. Even in the Triple H era, it still happens. So it's one of a whole lot of things over the course of the past couple of years that we can't say was specifically a Vince thing. I think the two most surprising names is Dakota Kai and Braun Strowman, because they were released before, like 3-something years ago. And they bring them back just to release them again. And you didn't really do much with any of them, aside from like a little push that they had with Braun Strowman, that feud he had going with Carmelo Hayes. And then Dakota Kai was with Damage Control. But aside from that, what did they really do with them? And it's like, what did they really do with any of these people is my question. Like, I'll hear the argument made online about, oh, well, it's not a big loss because those people didn't do anything anyway. And it's like, what were they actually allowed to do? Like, you make it sound as if these superstars are able to do whatever it is that they want. Like, they don't have creative control over shit. They're just basically waiting for something to do, waiting for creative to give them something. And then if creative doesn't have anything for them, which is 95% of the time, then they're just sitting backstage and catering for their entire contract. So it's like, you don't know what it is that, say, Dakota Kai could have done, because she was never given that real opportunity. Same with any of the other ones. Like, granted, okay, I know some of them probably wouldn't have done much, but you don't know that until you give them that chance. And most of them didn't even get that chance. Then there's the part that really triggers people that I will mention every time. The fact that WWE a lot of times just signs people to contracts so that those people are not working for other companies. Yes. Where everyone has good creative. Or at least their creative is as creative as you are. Because I'm not gonna lie, I will see some calls on the community creations that's like, okay, this was clearly done by a 13-year-old. But yeah, getting back to the releases, you know, 3 months from now, you'll see some of these people popping up in other places, and then those same people who will be like, "Oh well, they didn't do anything anyway." All of a sudden, they'll be like, "Oh well, they should have stayed at WWE. Why are they in AEW now?" Like, I swear, wrestling fans make me want to punch them sometimes. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I really did want to make an accurate version, quote unquote, of Castor Troy, I would use Nicolas Cage's face and not John Travolta's. But we're gonna stick with Travolta's because he played Castor Troy's character for most of the movie. So we'll go with that. is. Yeah, that would be a nice idea. Of which I seriously hope he is not thinking about having Mercedes beat Toni Storm and add the AEW women's title to her collection. That would be the equivalent of WWE having Logan Paul beat Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight Championship. That would be a very, very bad idea. Well, see, the thing is, they got her in the finals of the Women's Owen Hart Invitational in AEW against Jamie Hayter. And the winner of that match goes on to All In to face Toni Storm for the title. Against everyone's better judgment, we have a feeling that they're going to have Mercedes Moné win. I know, right? Why not? Let's just go ahead and piss off everybody. Well, no. Progress is WWE now. They bought Progress. Oh wow. Well, I mean, granted, I haven't been doing these for very long, but welcome in anyway. Let's give them a chain. That makes all that look better. Too stylish. We'll go with those. Yeah. As good as it's getting, you gotta work to make it better, so it's keep on pushing. No, not yet. Striker is an Underground Kings character now, so he won't be a part of this roster. But the one I'm going to be creating in 2K25 will be for the Underground Kings story. So pretty much a majority of the characters that I had in the Trial of Kings series of videos are all going to be a part of that. So yes, I will be making him, just not for XWA. Which reminds me that I'm eventually going to need to list out the characters that I actually am going to be making for Underground Kings. Exactly, Perry. That's exactly the reason why I'm making them in 2K25 and not 2K24. That and the intergender matches. No. Unless you actually had a character whose first name starts with an R and has the last name Truth, it's that's impossible. Backstory, yeah. Um, well, I already kind of explained it, but you weren't here for that part. This is my version of one of my brother's characters named Castor Troy, who is he's one of Helena Troy's two older brothers. Helena Troy is also another character that I created, that my brother originally created. And him and his brother Polax Troy are a team called the Regulators, whom I'm going to be adding to my tag team division. Basically, I mean, as far as backstory is concerned, they have a really long history, rivalry, if you will, with the Fireheart family, who I'm also going to be making as part of the tag team division. That being, excuse me, Ryan Fireheart and Abel Fireheart. So, yeah. Oops. I might as well just add the name logo. I I do actually. Duke Morrow of Katana. I eventually based him off of Brody King. Didn't start that way, but character evolution and such like that. See if I can find a picture of him. I know I made a profile. There he is. There he is. Available now. I uploaded him a while ago, so yeah, you can still grab him if you want. You might as well grab the rest of Katana if you want to also. Yeah, I mean, he kind of has the look of a heel. It's really hard for him to be a convincing face, even though he's actually a pretty nice guy in real life. Well, you can't use boxing gloves because obviously then he's not going to be able to grab anybody. You also can't use boxing gloves because technically they're blocked behind my faction in this game. So even if you had them, even if you wanted to use them, you can't get them until you buy cards. But yeah. You would have to have them either in hand wraps or maybe the MMA gloves. Good example of a boxing style character that I've made in the past is Aggressor Sample. Let me pull up him. Which, I'm sorry, he looks so damn. I mean, I wish I had a reason to recreate him aside from just recreating him. But I got nothing, I can't think of anything to do with him as far as my stories are concerned. Striker is another example, yeah. There we go. I think I might bring Aggressor Sample back for Underground Kings as well. I could do that, but the problem is I've already narratively removed them out of the XWA, so But yeah, I think I am going to bring Aggressor Sample into the Underground Kings cast. These are good ideas, actually, because narratively, it would make sense for Aggressor Sample to, I guess, team up with Striker, kind of like a face turn, if you will, because he was a bad guy. The last time that I used him was in the Trial of Kings tournament. He got he got his ass whooped basically by Tyson Blackheart and Rottweiler, and basically couldn't continue. And that's when Carson Breaker came in to substitute for Sample, who he had hired to compete in the tournament, because otherwise he would have forfeited his place in the tournament because he had no fighter anymore. So he had to come in and fight himself. Striker's a boxer also, boxer type, so there's that connection there as well. So, yeah. Good idea. I like it. I like it. Excuse me. Uh, Not sure. I know they have punching strikes that you could use as finishers, but I'm not sure about combinations. this is actually Pollux Troy, who is the older of the Troy siblings, and you can't dye beards anymore, so I can't put the gray streak in the middle like my brother had it in last year's game. So yeah. I said I was gonna give him abs. Maybe I don't need to. Nah, that's okay. I think I like that one. What about this one? That looks pretty unique. I've already got that look on somebody else, so I can't use it. That one's too short. I think I like this one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was before we had, you know, image importing. Now you just, upload the image of an Asian person and there you go. That was actually pretty fun though, back in those days before we had the easy stuff. Well, not really easy, but you get the idea. It kind of separated really good creators from just okay ones or bad ones because you had to do all the work yourself and then write out the formula how it is that you did it, which not everybody wants to do. Okay, that one got a little too close. Trying to go up in my nose or some shit. Wish they had dog tags for necklaces. I could have sworn they did. They do, but they're too long. Yeah, too long. That one is kind of tricky, actually. But if you have Photoshop or any program that lets you be able to warp the shape of images, there's a template that a creator had posted on their Twitter account that somebody had uploaded to the Blackwire Discord server. That's basically does exactly what it is that you're asking, pretty much. See if I can find it. Um, I don't know the name of the person who had posted it actually, but I mean, I do have the files if I can find some way to get them to you. But just to give you an idea of how they look like, this is it here. You would basically have to warp the image around the shape of this template, but it's showing you exactly where it is that the images would hit on the arm. So basically, this would be where the bicep is when you wrap it around. This would be where the bottom half of the shoulder is, because you know when you wrap around an image using the cylinder method, it won't go all the way to the cap of the shoulder. It cuts off right here at the bottom, so that's where that part hits. Then you got the back of the arm, the triceps. He calls it sidearm, but that's the tricep area. Elbows, forearms. Basically, you would take whatever your image is, or multiple images, and lay them down on this template like so, and it should wrap around the arm exactly where it's anatomically listed here. Damn fly tried to attack me. Let me crop off that Reddit part though first. Let me actually see if I can put my Discord server to use for a change here. If you have Discord, you click that link, that'll send you to the message where I sent the files. Oh. Like copyright. Let me know if you can find, or if you can connect to that link, let me know. Did I have the PC screen up that time when I was doing that? Oh, so you saw the video of Tara, as in Tara Babcock. Good friend of mine's. She's been doing YouTube for a while. Twitch streams also. She's got her OnlyFans thing going. But yeah. Alright, let me get off of Instagram here before I get a content ID on that also. What were we doing? Screen pose. That's done. Alright. Save. Let me just create the team. And then I'm probably going to sign off for the evening. Oh boy. Excuse me. Oh no, y'all are way too happy. Gallus would work if it wasn't for the freaking green. I think I used that already for Puro Rudo anyway. Too flashy. I'm gonna just go with the Authors of Pain. Yep. Flashing lights. Ooh, boy. Tell them how you really feel, audience. Yeah, I like it. Why does it default to a freaking female team? I wonder. I guess I could try to figure out what kind of move sets they would have. What the fuck is that? Wow. Okay. Well, I can say this much for you, Deal. It's a good thing that they caught it early because that means any procedure that they perform is probably not going to result in you getting a freaking colonoscopy. And it won't let you get into the Discord. Why? What are my settings? God damn it. These flies. those links that I just posted are Google Drive links that you should hopefully be able to access. Just let me know if they work. Okay, that shouldn't be a thing. I'm changing that now. Okay. Anyone with access to the links now should be able to get them. So if you refresh the page, you should be able to access them now. I don't know how PixArt works. I don't use PixArt. I use Photoshop, so I unfortunately can't help you there. Let me see if I can find who posted it on the Blackwire server, because I think that might also have a link to who originally posted it, who might have more information. Also, to answer your question, they do have combos that you can use as finishers. You just go to standing strong strike and find whichever one works for you. Yeah, that's a DLC move. I don't know which DLC it's from though, but yeah, that's one of them. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Save me the trouble of scrolling here. let's see how they look. Jeez. They are the Anointed, aka Darius and Julius Khan. Loosely based off of this awesome independent tag team called The Crown, spelled Qrown. We get a closer look at them in a second. Oops, I forgot to change the settings. This match is gonna go on forever. Well, I ain't gonna run it for long. I just want to see how they look. Wish you could do more for customizing tag entrances, like lighting and stuff like that. Yep, look good. See, this is the part I don't like about AI tag team matches. They go after the other person too much. So, for Tag team matches, I'll have to do those the normal way, which is single controller. I just wanted to see how the entrances look like. AI is not the brightest when it comes to tag matches. As you can see, also my settings are a little too counter heavy. So like every time they go for a tag move, they get countered. So yeah, we'll be running tag matches manually. No sell. No sell. Oh boy. Will we get a tag move? No. That worked. That didn't work. Finally, attack move. And then a roll up. Really? And you just let him pin him in your own corner. Yeah, like I said, AI is not the smartest in tag matches. We have to find some way to tweak that out. But yeah, that's the Regulators and the Anointed. The Anointed's already up on Community Creations. I'll be doing a few more tweaks to the Regulators before I add them, and then we focus on the other teams, mainly the two teams that I have names for but no characters for, that being the Glorious Warriors and the Line. So That would be my focus for tomorrow if I get on stream. Not going to guarantee that I will be, but if I am, then you'll obviously know when you check your YouTube pages or whatever the case may be. We'll say it's a 70-30 probability that I'll be back on stream tomorrow. Probably a little earlier because it's 1:37 a.m. here, which means it's 4 a.m. in the Eastern, 3 o'clock or 4 a.m. or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, we are at 5 hours and 30 seconds on this stream, so it's time for me to call it a night. And I will probably see you guys on tomorrow. Yeah, that's that. Enjoy the rest of your evenings or mornings, because it's morning for all of us right now. Have a fantastic Sunday, and I will see y'all next time.